Hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai ki te hui o te Kōrau Tōtōpū, the Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee, I tēnei rā. Welcome everybody. Please let me or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. We will start with the apologies. We have apologies for lateness from Councillor Brown. Are there any other apologies?
Just online, I'm coming up. I may need to depart early because my daughter's got a fever today as well.
Okay, we'll take apologies from for early departure from Councillor McNulty. I will move the apologies and Councillor O'Neill will second. We'll put those to the vote.
Yes, from me, I'm just commuting in the rain.
All right, that's a yes straight from Councillor McNulty. Safety first. That is carried. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? There appear to be none. Confirmation of minutes. I will move that we approve the minutes of our committee from the 4th of June. Deputy Mayor Foon will second. Go to the vote.
Yes, again.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, sorry. Ka whakapuaki au kua mana te motini. I declare the motion carried. There are no items not on the agenda. There are plenty of items that are on the agenda. Sorry, we're in for a bit of a day, but we'll just try and move through it methodically. Now, public participation. You will be surprised to hear that John Swan is with us. Welcome, John. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like to leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Whilst it's a large agenda, I'm surprised to see that I'm the only person to speak on behalf of the long-term plan. I'm speaking on behalf of Better Wellington, which is an incorporated society representing citizens who have concerns about the governance and direction of policy of Wellington City Council as currently constituted. The long-term plan is coming down to the wire. Neither the councillors around this table nor the people of Wellington are any wiser as to its contents. The Mayor has opined that the increase for the next rating year will be 12 point something, and ratepayers should be grateful that it is not larger. In the meantime, and outside the framework of the LTP, the Labour-Green coalition keeps on spending. Councillor Roger was ecstatic with the allocation over 10 years of $480 million in the social housing portfolio.
Mr. Swan, if you could refrain from making comments about individual councillors as part of your submission and stick to that item at hand.
In the context of the long-term
If you could continue while being respectful, we'd appreciate that, Mr. Swan.
Thank you. He indicated that that was all right because the ratepayers, it wouldn't affect rates, forgetting that money doesn't grow on trees if they're even.
Mr. Swan, could you please not put words in the mouths of councillors that they never said?
That's not what the record would show, I think, Madam Chair.
I'm well aware of what the record shows.
Not
Thank
to be
you.
outdone, the Mayor has allocated another $450,000 to create another council officer position to coordinate social services supply to the homeless of Wellington. Shortly after her...
Mr. Swan, the Mayor did not do that. Could you please stick to the item of hand being the long-term plan? Thank you.
Shortly after that appointment, there was the appointment of city policemen to ensure people can feel safe, dressed in blue uniforms to distinguish them.
Mr. Swan, there are no city policemen.
City liaison officers.
Thank you.
Dressed in blue uniforms to differentiate them from the parking enforcement officers who patrolled streets dressed in black with body cameras on revenue extraction duties, supported by camera cars and fixed cameras to find people who venture into bus lanes inadvertently. The final matter that I bring to your attention is the Inglewood Place toilets. $2.5 million, complete with their own light show. It's the latest extravagance of the current council, 5 psychedelic toilets and a changing room. I commenced my submissions to this committee 18 months ago with the plea that the spending should stop. The Green Labour coalition, assisted by the unelected Puiwi and retiring Councillor Brown, are making a final push before they're all relieved from spending duties.
Mr Swan, I've warned you a couple of times about the disrespectful nature of your comments. Could you please stick to the item at hand? Otherwise, we will come to an end of your time.
In the meantime, the councillors that poke their head above the trenches pilloried. Councillor Chung suggested that the city was destined to pay over $2 million a week in debt servicing interest. You're wrong, the media cried. It's only $1.2 million. If you read the long-term plan, and you'll find that the cost of interest to ratepayers is destined to exceed the $2 million figure. Ray is really wrong and was not in this instant. The statutory obligation of preparing a long-term plan will be concluded by the vote of this committee. The sad and derelict state of the city will continue in a haphazard fashion towards insolvency. The only alternative is to vote for a majority of non-politically compromised.
I'm sorry, Mr Swan, we don't have electioneering in this chamber as part of this committee. Could you be quiet while I give this ruling? Please do not refer to the election. Carry on with your submission around the LTP. Thank you.
I would ask then that truly independent councillors vote against the adoption. Truly independent
Mr Swan, I have asked you to not debate the election. We do not have electioneering in this chamber. Could you return to the matter of the LTP? Thank you.
What I'm seeking, Madam Chair, is that independent councillors around this table vote against the adoption of this flawed and meaningless long-term plan and the recently reinstated annual plan. That's all I have to say.
Are there any questions of Mr Swan? There appear to be none. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move on to the first item on the agenda, council-controlled organisations, the SOIs. Nau mai Jamie Crump, ki te hore i te kōrero. Please welcome Jamie Crump to introduce the report.
Tēnā koutou katoa. This report is a noting paper for our CCO final statements of intent for the 25-26 financial year. As a reminder, draft SOIs for the coming financial year were considered by Council at the April 16th workshop with councillors. Formal feedback was then provided to the CCOs following that workshop. All final SOIs have been reviewed and respond positively to the specific feedback provided, with each CCO making the requested amendments. I'd also just like to share some positive news hot off the press in regard to 2 of our CCOs, the Basin Reserve and Sky Stadium. The 25-26 international cricket schedule has just been announced first thing this morning, and Wellington has successfully gained an excellent schedule of matches. Sky Stadium will host a one-day international versus the England men. It will also host 2 T20 men's and women's matches, a double-header versus South Africa, which will be a fantastic experience there too. And the Basin Reserve has one of only 3 test matches for the entire country for this coming season, so they're going to be hosting the men's test match versus the West Indies, and also importantly 2 excellent one-day internationals versus the South Africa women. So we have a bumper cricket schedule for Wellington across those 2 CCOs. I'm happy to take any partai in regard to the final statements of intent.
He partai me utu I mua I te tau patu. Are there any questions of Jamie? There appear to be none. Thank you so much, Jamie. Great news. I am now going to pass over to Councillor O'Neill, who is going to move the paper.
Kia ora mai tātou. I'm aware we have debated or looked at this decision previously, so I will just leave it there, but thank officers and CCOs for collaborating on the final SOIs. Mahawai I Tōtōpū, Deputy Mayor Foon.
Beautiful. Is there any debate? Yes, Deputy Mayor Foon, you want to speak as seconder? I have you, Councillor.
Yeah, kia ora. I just thank the CCOs for their statement of intents and the mahi in there. I think it might have been Councillor Calvert that raised it last time, but I would like to see if we can pursue understanding what a regional approach to funding support for Wellington Zoo might look like. I think that's a really good idea. But yeah, just want to acknowledge all of the good news stories our CCOs bring, and really love the intro on the statement of intent from Wellington NZ, particularly the people of this place are as diverse as its topography. This is a tolerant, progressive region that attracts thinkers, activists, scientists, entrepreneurs, writers, artists, musicians and creatives. Loved it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Foon. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Foon, for mentioning the zoo, because it is really a regional facility. No other councils in the region have such a zoo. And I think that's something the new council needs to look at, and probably it's part of the CCO review as well, that we need to look at how do we support something that is an important part of the lower part of the North Island. But along with that, I just want to, and it was really good, the announcement about the cricket matches for Sky Stadium and the Basin Reserve came out today. And part of that is about our facilities and how we maintain our facilities and making sure they are world class so we can attract these matches here. And one of the selling points is that the turf, how we maintain the turf, not only in Sky Stadium, but also the Basin Reserve. And we have an award-winning turf team based out of Sky Stadium who do the turf for both of those locations. So it's really important. And I know Basin Reserve mentioned last when they came and presented to us that they were looking to going out to tender and looking at other sources to provide their turf management. Now, we need economies of scale. We need to look at doing things efficiently, and no issue about that. But we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, if we cut our turf team in half. So this is a plea to all those ones involved with the Basin Reserve in particular, to make sure that they do engage effectively with Sky Stadium and make sure that we continue with our award-winning turf team that enables us to attract these international cricket matches. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill, do you have a right of reply? No, lovely. All right, we'll go to the vote. Thank you, councillors.
Yes, again.
Thanks, councillor. That is carried. Now, under standing order 11.7, I'm going to reorder the agenda, just because the auditor is available to take questions. So we will do, I will bring forward item 2.3, the local water done well, delegations to the AOG representatives. We'll do that now. And so, no mai Margot Ray, did I surprise her? We'll just take a brief adjournment. Thank you. use, apologies, Margot, to put you in a little bit of a spin. Over to you to introduce the report.
Good morning, councillors. Excuse me, out of breath. Thank you. This report this morning seeks your approval to delegate to the Mayor as Council's current AOG representative and Councillor Brown as the named alternate the authority to make decisions specific to the appointment, removal and remuneration of the interim directors and the development and approval of the draft constitution and the draft stakeholder agreement. The AOG, as you may recall, was formed over 12 months ago, and the purpose was to facilitate regional discussions on a possible regional water services delivery organisation. AOG membership is currently the mayors of each council, a Greater Wellington Regional Council elected member, and representatives from each of Ngāti Toa and Taranaki Whānui. As we have previously discussed, the intended operational date for the new water entity is 1 July 2026. That timeline to establish both the organisation and the governance arrangements is challenging. To enable key activities to progress, and in particular the recruitment of the interim chief executive, we need work to progress from next week in relation to the recruitment of the interim directors and the draft constitution and stakeholder agreement. It is proposed to use the existing working arrangements and existing working relationships of the AOG to help progress that work. And currently AOG is an advisory group only. With the approved delegations in place, AOG will work together in the coming 8 to 10 weeks to progress discussions on the governance documents and recruitment of the interim directors. The final draft constitution and the stakeholder agreement will be presented to you in August, along with the water services delivery plan. We have scheduled a host of briefings for you from the end of July into early August to help you get across the contents of both the water services delivery plan and the governance documents. The intention is to disestablish the AOG ahead of the local government elections, and the new and enduring stakeholder committee will be established, and that will comprise of co-owner council representatives and mana whenua representatives, and that will be established post-election. So over the next week, each of the 5 proposed partner councils will be seeking the same delegation decision as what this paper is seeking from you today. Thank you, and I will be happy to take questions.
E pātai me utu I mua I te taupatupatu. Councillor Randall.
With respect to the draft constitution and stakeholder agreement, when is the draft expected to be provided to be ready to be signed off as a draft?
That will be for the August committee meeting, the August LTP committee meeting, the 20th of August.
No, I'm talking about the draft, not the final one.
That's the draft.
So what is the delegation in relation to that about?
So the delegation is to progress the discussions and approve a joint draft to come to you in August for endorsement. The actual final constitution and the final stakeholder agreement will come to council in December to be ratified.
So when is it that delegated approval to pull together a draft constitution, when will that decision be made?
Prior to the 20th of August.
No, we're delegating a decision-making power.
Yes.
When will that power be exercised?
Starting from 1 July. So the intent is for that power to be exercised from 1 July until the AOG is disestablished, which will be in early October. We shouldn't need that authority to exist beyond the 20th of August, because at that point the drafts have been endorsed and the WSDP has been adopted. That authority, we're seeking that to commence from 1 July, and the point of that date is because by then each of the 5 proposed councils will have taken their decision and ideally confirmed their participation in the regional water model.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Calvert. Appears there are no more questions. Thank you, Margot.
Thank you.
I'm now going to pass over to Councillor Rogers to move the report, move the paper.
Yeah, as explained by Margot, this is another step on our journey to establishing a water entity that has appropriate oversight over the expending and revenue collection to maintain much more stable and well-maintained water network across the city. And just highlighting that is what's provided in the notes is that actually the final agreement will be still resting with us. So we are not delegating the authority on the final agreement, and also encourage people to think over the recess about what they might like to bring to those August workshops to inform the draft Constitution and Stakeholders Agreement, so it can be debated at AOG by our delegates.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Rogers?
I don't actually.
I'm happy. Oh, Councillor Free.
Councillor Free.
Would you wish to speak? Is there any debate? Councillor Randall.
I understand that we do need to progress this important oversight, but I'm especially concerned with delegations of agreements of the stakeholder agreement and the Constitution. Our Wellington City Council's experience with Wellington Water and the inability of this council to exercise proper accountability with Wellington Water through having a very poor governance arrangement being agreed at the very beginning has led to no end of grief and potentially the loss of millions of dollars of ratepayer money that could have been avoided. Officers have been frustrated by the fact that this council, which represents half of all Wellington regional water users, really got one vote amongst seven when it came to try and hold Wellington Water Limited to account. This Constitution and Stakeholder Agreement is absolutely critical for the ongoing accountability and the success, I think, of the new water entity. And I'm very concerned that all this council really we all need to be involved in that drafting process. And so for that reason, I am not going to vote in favour of recommendation 3. Thanks.
Is there any further debate?
Just very briefly, I'm sure we all have some reservations about how this might pan out, but we have done what we can to signal quite strongly some of our expectations, and in particular, Councillor Randall's point about a more proportional representation around the decision-making table is on our wish list, and it's been made very clear to our other partners. So I think we are in a position where we need to proceed. It's not the final. We'll come. These are going to be draft documents that eventually come back to us. Also, the arrangements here are only until the end of the triennium. So, but I don't see any other option but for us to actually agree to keep going with this, given where we are right now. I'm very relieved that we did take that opportunity, however, to do some strong signalling about some of our expectations.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks. If we want to have, if elected members want to have input into formulating this draft agreement, do we have that opportunity with the AOG members, or is the ruling or is the decision of the AOG members purely their own, and they don't need the input, or they don't want the input from elected members? How does that actually operate?
We're in debate, not questions, Councillor, but the mover can address that in their right of reply. Any further debate? Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I definitely understand the concern about elected members wanting to have input into the formation of both the Constitution and the Stakeholders Agreement. I would just remind elected members that we did have a very robust discussion on the 22nd of May, which did inform much of the direction that will be given officially by the Council to its delegate around what our priorities are for the establishment of this entity. And I would encourage people, if they have had further thoughts after the 22nd of May, and this hopefully can help answer your question, Councillor Chung, that the point in which we as elected members can have a discussion around what should go into that debate and how our representatives should present our views as a council can be at the upcoming workshops towards the end of July and August, which are particularly focused on not the regional perspective of what we want in the stakeholder agreement, but what we want within the stakeholder and constitutional agreements within the context of what might work for the regional environment. So I would encourage you to bring those views to those workshops so that our delegate, the Mayor, and I guess the alternative, Councillor Brown, can be truly informed when they do go into those discussions and advocate on our behalf.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now go to the vote. So, Councillor Brandon, you wish to take 3 separately? All right. So we will... The whole of 3? Okay. So we will do the rest and then 3? The rest, as I outlined. Yeah. That is carried, and we will now do point 3 in its entirety. That is carried. We are now going to break early for morning tea. And when we come back, I think we'll start the annual plan LTP work. And so I'm sure we will have enough questions and everything so we can get to when the auditor is available from 10:30. So we will take a break now until 15:15 and then reconvene. Thank you, councillors. We will now move back to item 2.2, the LTP amendment and the 25-26 annual plan. No, my Andrea Reeves, as Kaufman, and Lloyd. Ki te hora e te kōrero. Please, and I think, is Rona online? Oh, anyway, we'll go to introduce the report.
Morena, everyone. We'll take the paper as read, but just as part of a quick recap, formal deliberations, as you will recall, happened on the 22nd of May, which is in essence when you made all your decisions. The paper that's in front of you today and the annual plan and the long-term plan reflects the decisions that you made on the 22nd of May and any audit changes that were required through the audit process. The audit's gone really, really well. It's gone really, really smoothly. I sent through a draft of the audit opinion last night. It also included some subsequent changes that still need to be made, so they need to be adopted today as part of an updated substantive. A lot of those are just little references or consistency changes across different parts of the LTP that audit has requested from us. Karen was scheduled to be here today, and she is actually on her way, but she's signing off on two LTPs. So she was doing the South Wairarapa District Council this morning at 9:15 a.m. That's just been completed and she is on her way here. If she doesn't make it in time for questions, just rest assured she is scheduled for tomorrow as well. Of course, it is standard practice for the auditor to be here at the council for adoption. We just thought it would be useful to bring her along today as you're the committee that makes recommendations to the council. I was going to leave it there in terms of introductions and just open up for questions.
And if there are any questions of Karen that people want answered today, I'm happy to take another adjournment so we can facilitate that today as well, because I understand, this committee has, got an important job to do here. He pātai me utu I mua I te taupatupatu. Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Brown.
If we're so quick, why is Wellington Water being so slow to get an audit report?
Oh, that's a joke question. Right. Councillor Randall.
This long-term plan amendment is really to restore our debt, to bring our debt down so we've got some emergency money. And the level outlined in the long-term plan is 200% is our lowered debt to revenue ratio. I understand the original amendment was to reserve $1 billion worth, and at some point it's been changed to 200%. Could you explain that?
I will defer to Andrea to give you an explanation.
Kia ora. So the original intent was to have $1 billion in headroom, and that reflects the ownership that we have in the assets that we currently hold. That $1 billion in today's dollars roughly equates to 200% debt to revenue in our current financial position. However, when you start to take out the water assets, that changes because, of course, your balance sheet fundamentally differs and your debt to revenue differs. So what we recommended to council and what was agreed through the LTP process was to, rather than talk about $1 billion debt headroom, was to work to a 200% debt to revenue. And that was agreed, I think, in February. I'm just trying to find the actual resolution that occurred, but it happened in one of our LTP papers.
That's fine. So just to reiterate, we've sort of got, we're essentially losing a quarter of our assets in the water. And so really what we're looking at is 200% after we've lost the water assets with a new entity. 200% will equate to about $750 million of headroom above 200%.
It's about a third of the assets that we lose, but yes, it's the same kind of quantum. I think we provided the exact figures in the Q&A document.
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Calvert.
I will have a question of the auditor when she arrives, because it's relating to the auditor opinion that we got yesterday, and the reference to page 22 of volume 1, which is based of the LTP, which is page 264 of our papers, I believe. And it was about the deferral of renewal spending, around deferring 25%. I want to ask, and officers may be able to ask this at this stage, is this related to the depreciation that we are not collecting, or is it separate to the depreciation? I'm just trying to understand, because there's a reference.
Can you repeat your question, Councillor?
So the auditor referred us to, as a matter of emphasis, I think, I haven't got the document in front of me, about the deferral of renewal spending. We're planning to defer 25% of the renewal spend. Is that a correlation to the depreciation amount?
No. So that was an emphasis, a matter that was in the original long-term plan itself proper, and the reason for that inclusion is the auditor was drawing attention to the risks the council faces in taking that approach. So in effect, when you have an asset management plan that says you should spend X on renewing your assets, and if you're not spending that amount of money, what the auditor is saying is that certain risks could transpire. However, in undertaking their work, they were able to find that we were mitigating those risks, but they still wanted to draw the public's attention to that. If the auditor wasn't satisfied that we weren't mitigating the risks, they would have issued a type of qualification as opposed to an emphasis of matter. But you know, I'm using my interpretation here of the audit world as opposed to the auditor speaking to that.
And it will be something I'll be asking. I just wanted to try and clarify. Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Can I just clarify it properly for Andrea? When you're looking at the valuation of the water assets, do you actually base it on the earning capability of the water, or do you actually base it on the pipes and the ancillary equipment?
So under our accounting policies, our infrastructure assets are valued at depreciated replacement cost. So it's in effect, what it would cost us to restore the pipes in the ground. So it's not about the revenue earning potential.
And you might want to just outline the valuation process that goes on with those.
Yeah, so the valuations are carried out periodically. Actually, what we've managed to do is, in accounting standards, you have to do them, you know, at most, every 3 years. We actually do our valuations every 2 years to ensure that we're reflecting the market unit costs within the valuations, so we don't have big peaks in terms of jumps, and that we can smooth that. We have found, however, that there has been some significant increase in unit costs. That's not isolated to Wellington, that is right across the country, and impacts as a result of COVID. You know, the fact that we're at the bottom end of the world and getting steel and equipment here is really expensive in this environment. So those increases have happened. We do valuations every 2 years. On an annual basis, we still need to say and give our auditors assurance that what we're carrying is appropriate. So we do an exercise to really test and challenge the revaluations of previous years to make sure there has been no material movement as well.
We'll take a 5-minute adjournment and then come back. I see no other questions of our staff. Okay, all right, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, on page 3, I know that the assumptions that do seem a bit out of date. The assumptions around economic growth and population stats were based on last year, on the LTP last year. At what point do they, when we know they're not quite right, at what point should we not have updated them this time around?
So this is the real challenge of the fact that we're not doing a full LTP, we're doing an LTP amendment. And so that LTP sits in place for the next for 3 years, unless it's unless it's amended for a specific purpose. Now, the work on the capital program and that's been the isolated kind of component to the LTP amendment. We certainly, as we're looking at setting the annual plan figures, we do look at what is required in the next year and we update, so the annual plan becomes the variant to the long-term plan. But the next opportunity to revisit our core assumptions is in the 2027 LTP, unless, of course, there's something so significant that occurs or a significant decision that this council makes that would require another LTP amendment. So I hate to use this as an example, but like Christchurch City Council having an earthquake, they would need to completely revisit their assumptions, and that could constitute, but often in those cases you get an exemption, but those are the kind of circumstances.
Okay, and then I want to go down to page 627, which is the indicative rates of the rating increases. Now, this is a table of what sort of increases that we property owners, or residential property owners, will be expecting. Now, this doesn't include the sludge levy, but I've been trying to get my head around this because if you look at it, it looks like, so if you've got $1 million property, your rates increase will be roughly 5.8%, and I'm trying to relate it to the 12%. Take off 1.6% for the sludge levy, and I'm just trying to understand how this figure relates.
Yeah, it's really, really complicated, and it's even more complicated in the year when you get a capital valuation or a valuation across your properties. So what we found, and this is all averages, what we found is that in many cases, residential properties, their valuations of their properties decreased much lower than the average in the capital value. And so that means the portion of the rates increase that they pay is less. And that contrasts to if you had a property in or a lifestyle block somewhere, the average of that didn't decrease in the same kind of proportion, and so they'll be paying a much higher percentage. So it really depends on those capital values. We are required to disclose in this kind of format, and that can be very confusing to ratepayers. So what we did is, and this was led by the financial operations team, is when those changes happened in terms of properties, we wrote to those ratepayers that had a larger or a smaller increase and talked to them about the change in their rates, and tried to explain it as best we could so that they had the information there, because having it in this disclosure rather than tailoring it to individuals, we felt was a better way to communicate it.
So I suppose one of the questions is that regardless of the movement in your house value, residential home value, is what is, and I think we had this a previous year, we could tell whether you're in Johnsonville or Kandala or Oriental Bay or wherever, what was the average increase that you'd be expecting. And so I'm just trying to think of, for people, the same place, even if the values changed, just because of what will they be expecting to see?
Look, we can explore how we can communicate that, as we send out the rates bills and communicate that. It is difficult because the 12% is basically our increase in the rates pie. So that's our increase in how big our pie is, and so there will be very few residents that would have a 12% increase. It will depend on the value of their property. And so communicating that through any kind of average or concept is going to be even a bit misleading. And so that's why we took the individual approach, but we can keep communicating that. I think it's really important that we do.
So I've got another question. If so, I'm happy to go back on the list.
There's not a list, but I do want to take the opportunity to welcome Karen to the table. And also to just, I think this is, as chair, this is my last hurrah with you, Karen. So I want to express my appreciation for all of the work that you and your team have done with our organisation, and how, just how grateful we are for the relationship, and how, it's really, through quite a difficult process for our organisation, the timeliness and the quality of information. So I just want to say thank you, and how much I personally have enjoyed your contributions and getting to know you through this. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Likewise.
Do you want to say anything, Karen, before we move on to further questions? Or I know you're coming back tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I understand you've had a wee bit of an overview, so I'll skip to the audit opinion on the amended long-term plan. So we confirmed the previous unmodified opinion on the LTP, and that means, in my view, the plan provides a reasonable basis for long-term integrated decision-making, accountability to the community. The assumptions and information in the plan and forecasts are reasonable. The information drawn from and disclosures made under the local government financial reporting and prudence regulations are also complete and accurate. We did have a couple of emphasis of matters. An emphasis of matter is not a qualification. It is drawing the reader's attention to some important uncertainties in the plan, so they can take that into consideration when reading the plan. So compared to the LTP, which the original audit opinion was issued on the 27th of June in 2024, we retained the emphasis on matter on the council deferring 25% of its transport, property, housing and community asset renewals over the 10 years. It is an EOM because the deferral may lead to lower levels of activities for the community if the renewals are deferred. We've removed the previous emphasis on uncertainty over the 3 water asset renewals. The reason for that is Council, in its plan, will have the water assets for the first 2 years of the plan only. So it's not, any impacts are not as significant as they otherwise would have been had the assets for the water services remain in the plan for the 10 years, say. We've added, or it's morphed a little bit, the wording that we had around the future delivery of water services. And the reason why that has changed a little bit is the council are currently preparing, or will be preparing, its water services delivery plan for the Secretary of Local Government due 3rd of September. There's uncertainty as to whether the plan will be accepted, and it's not yet confirmed what the ownership structure of the new water services CCO is, and any financial implications that may arise when that structure and ownership and investments have been finalised. So that's the audit opinion. I'd like to say that we found the council was very well prepared for this amendment audit. And we've received very good cooperation and assistance throughout the audit, which enabled the tight deadlines for everyone concerned to be met. The quality of information was also very good. So my big thanks to you and everyone involved in the audit to be able to get to this point. We're very pleased with how it's gone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we do have some questions. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Karen. I just wanted to clarify the parameters that you actually have. So, like you highlighted, when you highlight an item, does it come as, like, what are the parameters like? Do you highlight them as a warning or a please look at this? Like you were saying that you didn't consider it to be important enough to say that this is an issue, but you wanted to highlight it. So would that actually be understood by the uninitiated at all? Like, would they, if they look at it, would they actually understand what it was? Do you need to explain?
So we highlighted the future water service delivery because taking out the three waters from the council's plan had a pervasive impact throughout the budget, underlying documents and the LTP document itself. For us to be able to, so there's a level of uncertainty for the reasons I explained. There's some work to do on the document that you'll present to the Secretary for Local Government, and some further discussions around the structure of the CCO, the investment in the CCO, shareholding, and also any financial implications. For us to be able to issue an emphasis of matter, it means that the council have disclosed in various places in its LTP and underlying information. For example, it's made disclosures in Volume 1 in the infrastructure strategy, in the financial strategy, and the significant forecasting assumptions, these uncertainties and the impact of the uncertainties. So in a transparent and understandable way. Had the council not done that or refused to do that, it would have been, it might have gone down the qualification path. So any significant uncertainties like this takes a bit of work to make sure that it is set out clearly in an understandable way with the impacts highlighted, also the level of uncertainty explained, to make sure that people do understand it and the implications it has on your plan. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert?
Yeah, so I raised a question before about, your comment on page 22, volume 1, which was about the concern about the 25%. And I was asking a question about how, is there a correlation between this and we're undercharging depreciation by 25% on those assets, and whether you have a view on that?
There is a relationship between renewals and depreciation, yes.
There is.
And funding for depreciation.
Yeah. So basically, because we're not collecting enough depreciation, that's correlating that we are not renewing the assets when we should. And I just want to, and that depreciation, if we were collecting it, would be on OPEX, and that directly impacts on the rates.
So there is a relationship, but probably not as direct as you are putting it.
Right. I'm not an accountant, so I'm just trying to understand, if there's if we're not charging enough, then okay. Or but whilst it's a matter of emphasis, you're comfortable that we've mitigated any risks with that?
You've got a priority, you've got an asset management plan for these assets, and a prioritisation framework, including for maintenance. So the council mitigates it by doing regular maintenance and inspections and prioritising areas where most urgent work is needed.
And because this relates to housing, and we do have a major upgrade program for our social housing, is there, surely this is offsetting at least the housing, or do you still think we're still not doing enough on our housing assets?
This does cover community housing as well.
Yeah.
But you do have an asset management plan for housing. Housing assets are inspected for their condition, and so it's no more or less than I would say that you're doing for the other assets, whereby you're deferring 25% of renewals overall.
Thank you. I've got a question, but it's a general one about what I was talking about before.
Okay, I'll go. Councillor McNulty.
Thank you. I'll be charitable and describe it as a stream of consciousness presented to the committee this morning. There was a assertion that this recommendation should not be voted through and it should be voted down. Possibly comment from the Observer or from you, Andrea, about what the implications of if the council was to follow that line of logic and today not vote to recommend through the LTP, what would be the implications of that decision?
Look, the long-term plan, we need a long-term plan amendment and, of course, the annual plan to be able to set rates. And so if we don't have the annual plan in particular that's adopted, and the annual plan's based off the LTP amendment, then you're not in a position to be able to resolve to set rates. And that has some significant consequences for us as a council. They are likely to be both in the fact that while we can set rates at previous levels, then we could have some cash flow challenges just based on the timing, but I'm speculating at that because I haven't done the work on that. And equally, we'd be failing our statutory obligations because we are required to have an annual plan in place and and a long-term plan in place at all times. If this amendment doesn't go through, of course, we're working back to the previous LTP itself, and we would continue to pursue the initiatives within that LTP.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think my short answer is it would be fatal.
I was going to ask for my summation of that decision. A decision not to vote it through would be catastrophically stupid, but I think fatal may do the job. Thank you.
Councillor Cal, any other questions of Karen? Appear to be none at the moment. Councillor Calvert, you have another question?
Yep, sorry, it's going back to this table and it's sort of trying to work it out. So are we looking at that table, are we saying it's the I mean, overall there's probably very few rural properties in this big scheme of things, but what we're looking at is the suburban commercial properties that will probably will carry the bulk of the increase, so above 12%, it will be probably more.
I believe that, yes, I believe that's the case, as well as our own utility assets, because that's where most of the increases in capital value actually arose.
But we're not going to pay the increase for our
correct,
assets.
but that increase is then spread across all other ratepayers. So yeah.
So the increase on our assets is then spread.
Well, we still collect the same amount of money, and for those assets, basically they wear the brunt of it, so it gets charged as overheads in effect across the asset through our internal accounting.
The assets owned by the council, you mean? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, team. I think that's brought us to the end of the questions. Thanks again, Karen, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, see you tomorrow. Thank you again, everyone.
I'm now going to go to Mayor Whānau to move the paper. Kia ora koutou. Very happy to move this paper and send to Council to adopt our long-term plan and annual plan. A few details, as we know, this does include a 12% rates increase, including the sludge levy. If you look on page 237 of our papers, I mean, that really outlines nicely just the number of projects and the number of strategies that will be going forward as a result of this, including, Te Matapihi, Town Hall, and amazing projects that are going to be finished in a matter of years. So this is moving our city into the future. It is much needed work, and it's very exciting. Really want to thank Baz, Lloyd, Andrea, Raina, and the team for their amazing work on this. This is a significant milestone for all of us. So let's move this ahead. Thank you.
Did you have a second, Amir Whana? Yes, Pawiwi Kelly. Do you wish to speak now? No. All right. Is there debate, councillors? Yeah, Councillor Free.
I just want to say that it was very nice to see our auditor looking so smiley and comfortable after, this. Yeah, and I said,
Thanks to you.
But I think that we have actually achieved something pretty remarkable in terms of the turnaround on a head of a dime. In that we have had to make a fairly radical change in a very short space of time. And I think it actually is to all of our credit around the table that we've managed to do that. Despite some fundamental disagreements along the way, we've recovered and reset and worked to come up with what I think is actually quite a robust LTP. And none of us will think it's got everything we want. And none of us will love every little bit of it. But I think it really behoves members around the table to think about what they're doing if they were to actually vote against this. You are voting against, effectively, the work that we've done collaboratively, and I think I can say I don't love everything in it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to reject the whole thing, because I recognise that there's compromise in there. There's compromise across different communities, there's compromise across different values, and there's compromise in terms of the timeframes we want to get things done, and there's compromise in terms of the rates we need to charge to achieve what we're achieving. But I think it would be churlish, actually, to vote against it, because if we all took that opportunity to vote against it because there was something bit of it we didn't like, we would have a fatal flaw. and it's a luxury for some around the table to choose to do that because they know they are just a few. Yeah. So bear that in mind, please, because I don't think it actually reflects very well if any of us were to do that.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Councillor Free. I can understand your position and what sort of the reasoning and logic that you have for saying that, but I do feel that there are things in there that I consider that we haven't actually looked at and considered taking out the larger items, and we really need to do this because we need to keep thinking back to how easy it is for people to actually afford these increases. And so again, I think that it's always a matter of when you're describing some of these items, whether you describe them as essentials or must-haves, or you're describing them as optional items that we can actually defer or delay until some later time when we have more funding. Then I think that we should actually try harder to actually pay attention to how the pain that we're actually imposing on people. So, and when you say that if we vote against it, it's churlish, I actually think that it seems to be the only way that we can actually object to what's actually happened, and that how do we actually put a protest up if we feel that we could have actually done a lot more, but we haven't done. So I hardly think that is churlish, but I think that it's an objection, and it's our value comment on where we think we are. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
So I'll be voting against the long-term plan. I think I've always voted against the long-term plan. It is primarily because of my deep concern about the rates increases. I don't mind if I'm being called churlish. I've been called worse things in my time, probably worse to come. Councillor Free referred to the fact that it is a luxury to vote against it, and actually that's the reason I am voting against it, because our rates increases include things that are luxuries. The council is on the bones of its rear end at the moment, if that's not a totally mixed metaphor. We have to just focus on the essentials, and there are things in here that are not essentials. And I am very concerned about the effect of rates increases on Wellingtonians, both with this rates increases and ones down the line.
Is there any more debate? Councillor Calvert.
I will be supporting this, and I've been on the record before, so it's got nothing to do with comments being made, which I think, I thank you, Councillor Chung, because I think it's worthwhile you positioning it in that way. It is about having that opportunity, almost like a protest vote, because of, perhaps some have not been included in some of the decisions as much as they could have been. However, we're a juggernaut of an organisation, and we can't, given what's happened, we can't pivot 180 degrees this quickly. I think what I have seen is some changes in people's views around this table about the quantity of the rates increases, and perhaps having second thoughts about some brand new projects, whether they should be proceeding. So I am seeing a bit more fiscal discipline. There's more to come, but as I said, we're not going to get that more significant change until I think we have a different council around this table. So we have made, so it's not a full reset, but it's a slight course correction from my perspective. We've been able to reduce some of the capital expenditure, push some of it off, but the real challenge for this council going forward is looking at the operational expenditure that has a direct link to how much we charge for the rates. And we've got to develop a culture that we really do question, so we don't spend $563K on a bike rack that doesn't get used, or spend $1.4 million on moving a bus stop 100 metres, or spend extra few $100,000 lighting up a toilet like a Christmas tree. So look, I will be supporting this, but there's a lot more work, and I think anybody standing for council in the future needs to think about what we can do to support the people that we're here to represent, and after all, it's their money, not ours. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, look, this is a much better LTP, much better document, and a much better council than a year ago. A year ago around this table, I think we all would have wanted to find the closest window. At least I surely did. A lot has happened in that time. We've had the appointment of our government friend, but I think fundamentally it's been worth it. I spoke at a business group event last night, and I have real optimism for this council as an organisation moving forward. There was something that Mr. Prosser said to me the other day about this vision of WCC being a partner of choice. And that could be something you could kind of say, oh, that sounds a bit like corporate speak. But when you really think about what that is, it's a really strong North Star for what this council wants to be. If a business wants to set up in Wellington, they talk to the council not because they have to, because they want to, because they know we have the expertise and we will help them get off the ground. If a new event wants to come to Wellington, they don't talk to the council because they have to. They talk to us because they want to, because we know we're the ones that will enable it. We have the expertise and to make it happen. And I think that North Star, which has somewhat filtered into this LTP amendment process, albeit much of it was fundamentally underway before the Matt coming in, is really helpful. It puts this council in better stead, and I genuinely think that there's a job with building the trust back with the public, but I think this council, as an organisation, regardless of the elected members that sit around here post-October, will be doing that. And I'm really it's sort of a night and day in 12 months. So I just want to acknowledge that. There's, of course, some stuff in here I'm not happy with, the motorcycle parking charges, and I do think personally it's a black mark that we didn't interrogate any reduction in the operational budget. But as Councillor Free very rightfully points out, voting against this LTP is absolutely a luxury. If it was a luxury we all afforded, you've just heard it, it would be fatal. So I thank Councillor Calvert for having a disciplined position here. We're clearly quite unhappy with a lot of the content in it, but understands that her mature response as a governor is to support it. But look, finally, I'm going to bask in the irony that should somehow the LTP fail in this vote today, it would revert to the prior LTP, which includes significantly more expenditure towards cycle lanes. So, Councillor Chung and Councillor Young, I thank you for your support of active transport with your votes today, and your signal to boost the amount of spending we're putting into active transport by reverting back to our previous LTP.
Councillor Wineta.
Yes, very briefly. As someone who did not support the previous LTP, because I felt that the democratic process was not gone through appropriately to reach that LTP, I have, I think, earned the right to say that I have total confidence in this one. I think it is a good plan delivered by good process with good compromise and good decision making and overall good collegiality. I'm very proud to support it. Thank you.
Just a few brief comments from me. I just want to acknowledge how hard this process is for everybody, and that we kind of get into these kind of competing sets of contestable things where we all want to be the first one to have supported the thing and saved it, and yet we all want to be the top of the leaderboard for saving money as well. And those two things come into great conflict when it comes to what we actually put forward, which has to be representative of majority decisions around this table. And I think that while I understand that some people think certain things are essentials and certain things are luxuries or nice to have, there is actually no definitive view of what that means outside of our legislative requirements, and actually there are different views of what that means not only around this table but in the community. And I think some of the heroic assumptions about what we could have actually achieved by getting a majority of votes for on this or any future council, actually, because there will continue to be a mix of views, and that represents the broader community. So some of the heroic assumptions about rates or cuts that we could have made in this process are heroic assumptions only, not based in reality. I do, this kind of protest vote kind of concept, I do think is entirely dependent on other people voting for this. So you don't have to. And I am one of those people because I understand that this is a core function of my role as a councillor. And actually, we are in this position because we nearly didn't get an LTP last time and we had an overturn of a key decision. But if we did not do an LTP and, heaven forbid, we were replaced with commissioners, I am telling you, one of the first things they would do is sell the airport shares. So we need to take responsibility for our decisions and the implications of them. I'm going to go slightly over. I just want to extend some thank yous. I really want to thank all of the team, and Mayor Whānau did as well, for all of the work that has gone into the process. I want to thank all of you for your goodwill and constructive approach to difficult decisions. I want to thank Lindsay. His advice has really assisted me in my process as a chair. I want to thank my deputy chair, John, for all of his support and work alongside me. And I want to particularly acknowledge the Mayor's office and Michael Naylor in particular. That it often the process puts him and the Mayor's office in a difficult position, sitting between us and the organisation. And I want to thank him for his long hours of work, his constructive approach with all of you. I know all of you are able to have those conversations with him, which is very important because some of you won't talk to each other and some of you won't talk to me. So, so he is needed. So yes, so thank you to everybody, and we will now move on to Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. I've been following this long-term plan and long-term plan amendment, of course, the entire time. But in terms of when it comes to looking at which people vote, I think it's important to remember that councillors are all elected individually on a mandate, and that mandate has an obligation to represent the views of the people which we understand elected us. Councillor Free talked about this long-term plan being a result of collaborativeness and compromise, and that is true. But I also want to remind members that this long-term plan amendment also comes, and I think the majority around the table, from the decision not to sell the airport shares. And I'd highlight that a key element of that decision was the change of the votes of 3 of us, including myself, who objected to the overall previous long-term plan that was going to sell the shares and then spend the money. This long-term plan amendment forced this council to do a capital program cut, and surprise, surprise, we've managed to do it. All of those capital programs that were in the long-term plan, we somehow managed to get on and do without them. And we're sitting around here congratulating ourselves on a successful long-term plan. But I really need to table my vote against this, because I want people to be sure and to be absolutely clear that there are further cuts in this program that could have been made, and especially, as Councillor Calvert rightly pointed out, we need to look at our operating expenditure and some of the luxuries in this tight economy that we're still insisting on spending, because it's important that the public understand that this is a long-term plan supported by the majority around this council table. Whether that majority reflects the majority in the broader community, we will find out in a couple of months, 3 months' time. And that's a good democratic thing to do. But I also want to use the opportunity to thank a lot of members around the table for an improved process, and in particular the influence of the Crown Observer, but also of the officers and of people across the spectrum who have supported good democracy and asked hard questions of the process. And I think we are going through a sounder process, but in the end, politics is about results, and this result is a poor result. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora. I won't chime in, but I'm very happy that to sense we will be landing this long-term plan today, because it's certainly been more than a journey for many of us, for all of us actually. So just want to acknowledge my colleagues, but mostly I really want to acknowledge the chair. Thank you, Councillor Matthews. You have guided us through this process twice. And it's no small feat. I wouldn't have wanted to be you, and I really thank you for the mahi you've put in to try and get across all of us and our team to make sure we've got something that we can land today. So thank you for all the mahi and care you've put into guiding us and making sure we do this today. Kia ora.
Me whānau, rate of reply? Oh, we will go to the vote. Yes. We'll have a division. Thank you, everyone. All right, we will now move on to the next item. The RAS. The Ratepayer Assistance Scheme, which are commonly known as the RAS. Mai, Andrea Reeves, Sarah Houston, Estergaard, to introduce the report.
Kia ora koutou, well done on that. Look, we've provided a briefing, and the paper has tried to capture and includes a fair bit of detail on the RAS that we have brought before you in a bit of a hurry. So first of all, I apologise for that. It's been a little bit of we've waited for a couple of years, and now all of a sudden this is back on the country's agenda. So I will largely take the paper as read, but I'm happy to answer any questions or anything else that needs clarifying based on my knowledge of the scheme at this stage, noting that the paper is asking for a donation that buys us a ticket back into the further development of the scheme to represent Wellington City Council and, by extension, the sector in the development of this.
All right, we have a question from Deputy Mayor Foon.
Thanks, Sarah. Can I just clarify, because I know we had the discussion in the workshop the other day, but how the security that council will need to put up for the RAS, how will that impact the debt headroom?
This is developing, so I can give you an indicative answer, but how that looks at the moment is it will be similar to what we provide to the LGFA, so it doesn't consume any of our headroom, but it does sit as a contingent liability on our books as part of that guarantee structure.
Great. Okay, and just more of a descriptor on the benefits of being involved earlier in this program.
Yeah, so I guess the benefits for I play a dual role a little bit in this space in that I'm on the local government funding agency's shareholder council, so they are looking to be a significant contributor to this and helping with the administration but also investing in it. But then the other pieces, and that's the topic of this paper, is Wellington City Council's direct participation in the further development of that, and that comes at a cost, unfortunately, but here we are. And so if I'm talking from Wellington City Council's perspective right now, I can, and some of this flavour was tried to be reflected in the paper that we've presented to you today, to pull out some of those unique Wellington needs or wants or asks from this. So as we go into the development of the next phase of the RAS, my voice, our voice, through me or whoever the officer is, I'm not suggesting it has to be me, that is put back into that process, will be able to advocate for some of those unique Wellington items. The seismic strengthening came up as a topic. If we've got an ageing population that are asset rich and cash poor, we may look towards more the product that helps support rates deferral, etc. Development contributions, probably not such a need for us. So it's about having that voice into the room. It's a diverse set of people from councils and outside of councils that are working on that development. So it would be prudent to have Wellington's voice in there to represent our unique needs. Did that answer your question?
Are there any further questions? Councillor Pannett.
Sorry, I know it's not the same thing, but Greater Wellington, or maybe they still do, has a scheme where you can borrow money to fund green things for your home. And it seemed good when the interest rates were quite high, but then the bank's interest rates became lower than what the Greater Wellington was lending at. So just want to make sure that the scheme is flexible enough so that if circumstances change, that then this is flexible as well and can be competitive with other funders.
Yeah, I think so. The way they're structuring it up, and the way because this is still in development, and so there's no certain, not complete certainty of what those interest rates look like at the moment. The intention is that they will be 1 to 1.5% higher than. Lower than mortgage rates. So it's tied to mortgage rates or bank funding rates as opposed to a LGFA plus type structure. So that's how they're selling the scheme. Whether they can pull that off, I don't know. I'm mildly sceptical, but as this develops, we can prove that up. What I would say is they are including flexibility and repayment options. And so where, say, your rates deferral are sitting on your house, or on your rates bill effectively, and you're servicing that there, we don't penalise, or they're not intending to penalise people for paying early. So if you could restructure that so you paid that back if interest or servicing costs on that were getting higher, and convert that over to bank lending or similar, those mechanisms of flexibility are available. But I can't speak to how we would travel through time on the interest rates at this point. Is that? Absolutely it is. So flexibility in how you can repay and choose who you borrow from, that is one of the fundamental things in there.
There appear to be no more questions. Thank you, Sarah. I'm now going to pass over to Deputy Mayor Foon to move the paper.
Kia ora. Yes, I've got to say I'm pretty razzed about the RAS. And I think not because it's not a silver bullet to some of the challenges our ratepayers have, but it certainly will be one more tool in the toolbox, particularly in the examples that Sarah outlined for us just then. But I really just wanted to clarify that this wouldn't, impact our debt headroom, but also that along the way we can kind of, if we're involved early, there are benefits to us being able to design and curate it so that it is of benefit, particularly to Wellingtonians. And I do acknowledge the question around seismic strengthening, and I think that is something that we really need to find ways to support, and also our ageing population. Another one that I am really interested in this about is home improvements. I do have the benefit of having a home that is insulated and double glazed windows, and the difference it makes to our power bill is quite phenomenal. So enabling more homes to be able to have this investment up front to reduce costs in the long run makes so much sense for equity reasons, but also for climate reasons. So I think, look, we're at a very early stage yet. There are chances. We don't know where this is going to go, but I really do think that we should stay in the game while it is being explored. And so I really am seeking your support and backing for this paper.
You have a second.
Certainly. Yes.
Councillor Brown, do you wish to
have
speak
another razor?
No comment.
I support this for slightly different reasons to Deputy Mayor Foon. I mean, I right from the very start, I remember talking to Sarah about this initiative, which I think has been floating around for a number of years. And in particular, I felt that it was a very desirable tool to enable people to be able to effectively defer their rates, that people who have got expensive houses but perhaps not so much cash in the bank, this was a very efficient way, and it was going to avoid or help them avoid having to go to banks and pay often very usurious rates for what the banks provide this as a form of funding. Whether we ultimately see this morph into a home improvement type bank is something which actually will play out in the course of time. But I think, the core responsibility of helping ratepayers pay their rates by way of deferral through a very cost-efficient mechanism is extremely desirable, and I hope that it really does succeed at that level. Whether it also succeeds with the other laudable objectives that Deputy Mayor Foon has raised, we'll wait and see. But I think the primary objective is one which is really worth supporting.
Councillor Chung.
In principle, I agree with this because I think that it helps those ratepayers who actually can't afford it, and of course it gives them a loan at a much cheaper rate. So a lot of people actually will need this, and they will benefit from it. But I guess that my concern about it is that it's like we're going to keep putting your rates up, but here's some money to help you actually pay it. I mean, it's like, these car advertisements that you actually see, we're going to sell you this car for such and such, but, and yes, we know we put the price up, but we're going to give you a loan to actually help you to pay that. No, it just seems somewhat analogous that this is the sort of thing that we should be doing. So it seems as almost as if we're avoiding the problem, or we're not willing to acknowledge the problem that our continual increase in rates is actually affecting people. And so it feels almost like the more we lend them, the more we feel that we're able to appease our conscience to actually continue putting the rates up. So yes, it's a difficult situation. Thank you.
Councillor Winera.
Well, we have certainly encountered a sparkling constellation of different opinions, and I imagine we're going to continue to do so. But I oppose the scheme for slightly different reasons than have been expressed thus far. Let us be clear. The premise of this particular scheme, the RAS, relies on us, a local authority, extracting a profit from a minimum proportion of rate-paying citizens who necessarily must remain impoverished and indebted. The purpose of this scheme is for local authorities, like us, to profit from increasingly unaffordable living conditions in our city and many like it. Further, I remain unconvinced that this scheme will actually make it to those who deal with it. I observed this when our good loyal friends from the Internal Affairs Department visited us the other day. Those who are already suffering economic strife are constantly dealing with the beast of many faces that is our bureaucracy, from WINS to, housing use to a million services, all of whom offer these paltry, tiny little measures to ameliorate some of the economic unpleasantness which they are suffering. One more tiny loan scheme like this is, I think, fairly unlikely to penetrate and be worth the cognitive labour required for pretty modest and pretty short-term relief. I think those who think that this scheme will be taken up en masse are guilty of either pyramid selling or the most wishful of thinking. Finally, I think this scheme really represents a generational subsidy for those who seek relief from the precise economic conditions that they themselves have created. I think at best, therefore, this measure is futile. At most likely, it is untaken up, and at worst, I think it is usurious. Thank you.
Councillor Young. Well, follow that if you dare.
I'm partly in agreement with Councillor Winera, not for the first time. But the underlying issue is that our rates are too high, and this is a scheme so people can pay their rates or do house renewals on tick. And I think instead we need to cut our rates rather than drive our citizens into debt just to live here. So I will be opposing this.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, look, I was speaking at a business event last night, and sustainability of rates came up as a major discussion, so I mentioned the RAS a little bit, but there's an immediate point I want to make. Just the price tag of our water assets in poor or very poor condition is $6 billion. It is 3 times our total borrowing in the next 2 decades, but that has to be funded. If rates are high now, think of what the impact of that $6 billion is. There is no ability for council to cut to the bone enough that can accommodate the fact that we need to spend $6 billion just getting our crap water assets, not our good ones or average ones, just our crappy ones, pun intended I suppose, up to standard. There is just no financial world where it makes sense. Even in the world of making up $2.2 billion of savings, that don't exist. You're not going to get there when we have the $6 billion of water coming through. So we've got to find some other tools to address that. That's the blunt reality. For decades, councils, governments have not funded core infrastructure in this country. That's a reality, and now we're picking up the can for it, and it's really unfortunate because we've picked the can up at the worst possible time, our social housing portfolio, our community assets, our water infrastructure, and then post-COVID inflation put together. It is the worst time, but this idea that they can mythically get rates to be affordable when you look objectively at the state of our infrastructure, it's just not there. So, yeah, I have some hesitancy about the RAS in terms of it being used as a way for councillors not to put some scrutiny on spending decisions because, oh, well, if it's too expensive to raise, I think that's a fair point. But it still needs to be there, and I guess the part that actually sells me is the development contributions. So explain this why I think this is great news for housing. So obviously, buildings get built, developer pays developer contributions, and then they sell the property. The ability to stretch those developer contributions onto the new owners, for them to fund it over 30 years as an ongoing and take that off the initial upfront cost, that is going to bring down costs of housing. That is another way for people to get into building sooner. And I think that's the part of the scheme that really excites me, to be honest. Other things I can take or leave to an extent. But some of that flexibility around development contributions will have really positive growth outcomes for the city. So I think getting in makes sense. It's a small investment that we're putting in there, and I think it will pay dividends. But yeah, let's just be real about the fact that there is no ability, that world where we are going to be able to cut council back enough to address this rates tsunami that is coming just in water infrastructure alone.
Councillor Randall?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to table the Q&A just as part of the process. But addressing the RAS scheme, I have to take issue with Councillor McNulty's comments that we have no ability to reduce the rates enough to take account of the increased spend that we need to do on the water assets. I mean, the counter to that is that the majority hasn't tried. We've still, and this was pointed out by Councillor Calvert in the previous debate, we have not gone and looked at our operating budgets in any serious way. We've had a number of issues where it's been exposed that the council has been profligate, and I think that's the word, profligate, in terms of its spend on individual items. I too was at that meeting last night with the business group, and the overriding thing came through was a serious concern of struggling to pay rates, and concerns that people are either not going to invest in Wellington from a business perspective, or if they are, they're only doing so because they absolutely have to, nowhere else to go. Look, I think our issue is to make sure Wellington is affordable, and the best way to be affordable is to keep the bills down. I look on this, while this is a great idea in principle, and I have a lot of sympathy with Councillor Winiera's previous comments, this is really just another way where we cannot be held to account in terms of our rate spend. We're giving our people another way to extract more revenue from people who have no choices, when in fact we should take the hard choices that they are facing ourselves. And the best way for things to go forward is to address the problem we have. We don't have a revenue problem. This council takes in an enormous amount of revenue. We have a spending problem. And for that reason, I'm going to vote against this.
If this had been a scheme cooked up by our council and it was only administered by our council, I might share the reservations that have been said about the scheme around the table. But gratefully, it's actually a national-based approach, and we've seen in our presentation, in the presentation to us, this has been a long time coming. There's been a lot of thought gone into it. I think it's almost, whilst the politicians will get to determine almost how much we're putting into it, it won't be necessarily dictated, so we don't have to worry about any harebrained schemes for necessarily for funding certain things. But can I just remind everyone that at the moment we do have a very tiny rates rebate scheme offered through DIA. Banks offer reversible mortgages, which is more expensive to those people who are asset rich, cash poor. And it's the banks that get the benefit of that because of the rates they charge. We also have people having to take money out of their KiwiSaver to fund some basic stuff. So I think this is a way, this is a way that using the Local Government Financing Act or whatever it will be going forward is a way of making sure that any profits or surpluses are retained by the people, not going into offshore banks. So it is a way forward. And as I said, it's a national run program, so it should be pretty reasonable. And we, as I said, we should have, it's funding to those most in need, not to put in a 70,000 luxury kitchen or some other thing, or putting in an electric power point. Thank you.
Give me a phone, right of reply.
Oh, great. Councillors, thank you for the debate. And look, I think it is fair, and we share the concerns about how we use this and how our, how Wellingtonians may or may not benefit. But I think just remember we're at the early stage of really trying to understand what it may or may not do. So I think your discussion today will have been useful for our team to go away, if this passes, to help guide, what this might look like for Wellington. But I think I just want to acknowledge what Councillor McNulty and Councillor Calvert have just said. This isn't just about Wellington. It is a national approach supported by the local government minister for reasons that the whole of the sector is needing to spend a lot of money on capital investment. So it's a national potential small solution to some of the challenges that we're facing. So I do ask for your support, and I thank you for the discussion, and look forward to having a RAS.
All right, we'll go to the vote. I note, Councillor Wineta, it was only a sparkling constellation of viewpoints because it's not from the Champagne region. I was thinking of that joke the whole time.
Can we have a division?
Councillor Panovich? He may be en route. We'll just proceed without him. That is carried. All right. We're making good progress, team. We might not be here all day after all. Councillor Young. So we move on to item 2.5, management of carbon credits. No, my Raina, are you online?
Kia ora koutou. Yes, I am online. Apologies for not being in the room today. So this report comes to the committee based on a previous request to provide advice on the management of our carbon credits. Through this process, we commissioned external advice from KPMG, and that report was included with the paper. The office's recommendation is that a policy position is agreed before any decision to sell carbon credits, and what to do with the proceeds from any sale of those credits. This should also include other options and considerations, and the report also outlines some of the factors that should be considered about how we manage those credits. I'll just keep that brief and otherwise take the paper as read. Thank you.
Do you have questions? There appear to be none. Thank you, Raina.
Thank you.
All right. I am going to move this paper. I don't have much to say because I think a lot of the substance will come in the form of the amendment. I just want to acknowledge the team for their work and acknowledge Councillor Brown for his persistence in this area. He wouldn't let us not have a paper today, basically. So do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Foon, do you wish to speak now? No. So we'll go straight to the amendment, which I understand is moved by Councillor Brown. Yes, you can move your amendment, Councillor.
Thank you. As you know, I mean, almost literally from one of my first meetings on council, I was interested in our carbon policies because I was actually interested in how we managed our carbon before I became a city councillor. And I felt that we were doing it inefficiently, basically, and that we had this large stockpile, which I felt we had no justification to own, and the sort of vaguely covered by KPMG, as to the sort of idea that you're basically speculating in carbon, which I don't think the council should be doing. And secondly, I was very uncomfortable with what I perceived to be an undercharging of carbon emissions for the waste for the southern landfill, because we, for some reason that I don't understand, tended to charge the southern landfill carbon at the price that we paid for it. So effectively, people who are using that are getting subsidised carbon or getting subsidised emissions. So I wanted to change the policy. I wanted us to remove the stockpile, and I wanted us to change the policy in respect of how we price our own emissions so that they're priced at the current market price. The KPMG report, I feel, is somewhat vague, but it really comes down to no strong conclusion one way or the other. And officers, perhaps not unreasonably, recommended that we should acknowledge the report and then ask them for more advice. I feel that we don't need more advice, and this is why I've recommended what we've got here, which is that officers now move to execute the sale of our not required carbon credit stockpile, which amounts to somewhere approaching $30-odd million. And we hopefully, in due course, move into a more market-based pricing of emissions at the waste for our waste activities, which will then be passed on to users of the rubbish dump. The use of the proceeds was another issue that has also been under debate. My initial feeling was that we could use this money for to basically put into our disaster resilience fund. But I think one of the points that was made by KPMG and also from talking to other councillors around the room, is that this is all part of our investment and our process of reducing credits and reducing the impact on the price of carbon on our community. So using this money to effectively meet the costs that we have already agreed means that it's a much more valuable use of the capital, basically. And because we will have the $30-odd million and we will have $30 million less debt, it does mean that we will be saving about $2 million a year in interest. So the net outcome of this will be we will no longer own a carbon stockpile, we will not have $30 million of debt, and we will be saving about $2 million in interest, which I think is all desirable. And hopefully from that point on, obviously we have sequestrations each year that can deliver us about 14,000 tonnes of NZUs. At the moment, we are our emissions from our rubbish dump are in the vicinity of about 30,000 tonnes a year, and the net amount, I think, would need to be bought on market and then actually effectively surrendered and paid for by people who are using the rubbish dump. So I think if you vote in favour of this, I think we end up with a very beneficial outcome, both in terms of our management of our ETS responsibilities, but also in terms of our funding of our carbon emission reduction activities, and of course lowering our debt and interest bill. Thank you.
All right, so what we're going to do next is we're not going to take a seconder at this point because we're going to allow an opportunity for questions of officers of the amendment. But before we do that, because my deputy chair is not in the room, we're going to take a 5-minute toilet break. questions of officers of the amendment, and we'll start with Deputy Mayor Fung.
Yeah, kia ora. Can I just check that this amendment will make sure that funds that are from the sale of ETS will be ring-fenced specifically for Te Atakura projects?
So that is our reading of this amendment. What I would say is we're not clear on what Te Atakura projects it would be ring-fenced for, and we would need that advice before making those future decisions, and so we bring that back to council through the annual plan process for the next annual plan.
Great, so this will be ring-fenced.
In effect, what we would do in practice is we would use the money to pay down debt, and then in the future that funds would be used to go to a specific project that the council wished to fund.
Okay. Two more questions, sorry, Chair. Just want to check in with the ETS. If the waste, if the landfill users are being charged more for ETS, is there a way we can let them know what component of the charges are ETS?
We would need to work through that, councillor, and yeah.
Okay, have we got projected ETS for the landfill?
We will do, but we don't have that available to us at the moment.
Off, Councillor Pannett.
This sort of seems like a no-brainer, Andrea, so I just wanted to ask you the downsides, whether you see any, apart from the policy not being done first. So that was the first question.
So I think there's a level of risk here, because what this is doing is effectively directing officers to go out and sell our carbon credits. What we haven't done is we haven't had the opportunity to provide you with the appropriate advice or the options, choices and implications of that. And that would normally be done through a paper like this, where we have the options and the risk and other matters. We have received this morning and been working through this at pace, so this is late, but we do consider that this is a significant sale of carbon credits, so it's likely to be medium significance in accordance with our significance and engagement policy. And for that reason, we would need to consider the decision making and consultation requirements in the Local Government Act. So, we haven't done that, and so if this was to be voted through, there is a level of legal risk as a result of that you would be exposed to. You're absolutely entitled to make the decision. I'm just highlighting what that risk is.
I just want to note, Andrea, and I don't want to contradict you, however, the councillors have been working on the amendment for a couple of days. I understand we've got, so I think there's in terms of that advice, that there's a bit of responsibility on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So, Andrea, that's incredibly helpful, because I did see it as a bit of a no-brainer. Then is there room for maybe a medium or a compromise position between your advice and what Councillor Brown is wanting to do, and just to expedite the process? Because are we going to end up taking months and months and months, when I think probably there would be a will to sell them?
Look, in effect, the point around this is I don't think in the original advice about pulling together a policy position and highlighting that would take months and months and months. It is just giving us the time to work through that process and outlining what our advice is. That said, we are going into a pre-election period, and we are also mindful that if we did need to consult and go through that, that could be prohibitive. So our advice is that we would do it through the next annual plan, which to a certain extent the allocation of the funding is advice to the next annual plan, but the sale process isn't. So,
okay, I might ask the chair politely for an adjournment, just so we can have...
I'm going to do the questions now, We're going to work our way through all of the questions. Then I was about to go to an adjournment where this amendment has not been seconded, so we can if the mover wants to revise the wording, we can address that.
So can I just ask a third question,
Yes.
Andrea? Sorry. So Councillor Brown is concerned about the stockpiling. Is there any reason that we have so many?
We've been trying to highlight decisions that have been made by previous councils. We haven't been able to get our hands on it, but as I understand it through previous decisions of the council as part of the 2021 LTP, there was decisions to purchase extra carbon credits at that time.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just following up from the Deputy Mayor's question, I mean, future councillors could choose to rescind that ring fencing around the funds being for Te Atakura projects, though, couldn't they?
Correct.
Yeah, so there's no real... that ring fencing exists at the will of the council at any given time for that ring fencing to persevere.
Correct.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
So in terms of the paper that officers recommended we get instead of this amendment on the original paper, is it possible that officers might bring us further information that may mean that an urgent sale of these credits may not be in the best interests of the council or the ratepayer?
No, I don't think... Sorry, can you repeat your question?
I'm just saying there's more information to come in terms of the costs and the risks. And that's what officers have recommended. And I was wondering whether, in terms of the options that may be realised through that process, whether there may be an option that's better than what this amendment is.
Look, possibly, but we haven't worked through those options, which is my point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Second, in terms of the overall savings, does it matter which debt we pay off versus which, in terms of of gaining the savings versus where is a debt for a particular thing, or can we just pay off debt and take the savings?
We could just pay off debt and take the savings, but again, that doesn't align necessarily with the policy intention of holding the credits, and that is why we wanted to do the policy advice in the first instance.
Okay, and lastly, I just want to ask, in terms of the delegations for this committee, given that this is a sale of a significant asset, whether in fact this committee has got the delegated authority to make this decision, or whether this should be maybe advice from this committee that would go to council, and then the council can make the decision as having the delegated power.
I'll ask our General Counsel to come up and answer that question.
Kia ora, I agree with you, Councillor Randall. Under the Local Government Act, only council can agree to the sale of assets, and so my recommendation would be that this should be made by council.
But that doesn't mean that we can't have a debate and provide some advice.
No, I think so, and we do. That's our standard practice, is to have the debate and make a recommendation.
And so it might be more better as a recommendation as opposed as a direction.
I would agree with that.
Councillor Free.
I think mine have been answered. They were all sort of about how we can actually direct or not direct it to a future project. But yeah, I think the answer is we sort of can indicate, but we can't really direct.
I think we indicate a direction of travel, and then it's up to a future council to make a different decision if they have a different view. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I think that my question has sort of been answered, but I'll just clarify it. You were saying that if we sell these carbon credits, then it needs to go into the annual plan, so it needs to go into the next annual plan. So does that sort of mean that if we sell them, we can't actually just pay down credit now without going into an annual plan?
No,
is that right?
No, that's not quite correct. What I'm saying is that if we're to sell it, number one, we should probably consult, but we'd need to look at the advice that we're providing you on this, and we haven't done that, to determine whether or not you should consult for selling. What this is intending is that actually the proceeds from the any sale would therefore be decided through the annual plan process, and so that would be decided at that point in time. Yeah.
Okay, great. One more. Not to preempt Councillor Brown's amendment here, but if we just change that word progress to investigate, would that actually resolve those or not?
Well, I think that that's a judgment for the committee to make. I don't think that that's the intent of Councillor Brown's amendment. He is actually wanting to pursue the sale, but he can.
All right, we are about to take an adjournment. I'm sorry, for probably an unspecified length of time till we, the mover and seconder and any other councillors that wish to talk to them are happy with the seconder that we don't have yet because it hasn't been seconded. Just also to warn you, a couple of people have appointments at 12:30, so we will be breaking for lunch at 12:30 regardless of where we are in the debate for half an hour. Is lunch in here? Beautiful. Okay, we're adjourning now to do any changes to this amendment. Reconvene, councillors, if you can make your way back. We have some new wording up on your screen. I guess should we take questions about the new wording, if anybody has any? Yes, Councillor Pannett.
Just like to congratulate Councillor Brown on taking advice. There were so many women. He was overwhelmed. I am still interested in exploring around the Resilience Fund. Is it absolutely cast iron with Te Atakura that we have to put the money there?
I think that's a question for the mover of the amendment.
No, it's actually I'm asking a policy. Are we able to, given our Te Atakura policy? Yes or no?
I think that's quite explicit in the amendment.
I think the amendment here is asking us to look at it as part of the Te Atakura, which wouldn't be part of the DERF.
Can we do it policy wise?
That's why we were wanting to do the policy advice and get that direction from councillors in the first instance. So, yeah,
maybe the mover could think about that too, widening the wording a little bit. Thank you.
We just took an adjournment. I think the mover and the seconder are quite clear in their intent, and that's a point for debate. Oh, yes.
Is this working? As part of any advice that we brought back, we would consider what Te Atakura required through the policy. It would be open to elected members to, of course, do a Section 80 and make a decision that's inconsistent with the policy. There just may be particular process that you need to go to, and that's the whole reason that it's important that we have the opportunity to give you the advice.
And then you could do the Section 80, and then you could put it into the fund potentially. Yeah.
And we can't bind future councils anyway. All right. Okay. Sorry, did you have a question of officers?
It was just to confirm over the microphone that you now believe that this is better compliance with the Local Government Act and doesn't expose us to the risk you described earlier.
Yes, because we have the opportunity to provide you with the appropriate advice under the Local Government Act. Yeah.
All right. So, Councillor Rogers, I understand you're going to second. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right.
Is there debate on this amendment? Councillor Pannett.
Yes, Councillor Brown does need the advice of women, but I would like to congratulate Councillor Brown on bringing a new perspective and bringing real value. You know, that's always a good thing to be able to do when you come to a governance role. So thank you, Councillor Brown. Look, I'm going to support this, given Ms Keatley's advice that I'm just a bit ambivalent about the focus, which is surprisingly, of course. I, of course, think we should support Te Atakura and oppose cuts to it. But I do think, given that's quite a big chunk of money, it could be quite neatly put into the Resilience Fund, so that would have real benefit. But I think it's great that we are looking at this, and I hope that it will get support.
I'm looking to see if there's further debate. Councillor Rogers.
Sure, yeah, I just wanted to thank officers for their assistance in making sure that we're doing this in the most effective and safe way possible. It's great to be another step on the journey from, I think, when Councillor Brown started. This is before my time, not before I was born, just before I was a councillor. But slightly after I was born. But yeah, it's great to see a continuation of the effort. And I think for me in particular, where I see this, having been able to work with Councillor Brown and really strengthen this policy, is around if we are making the sale of these carbon credits, we are ensuring actually, the original policy intent was to ease the cost of carbon for our local residents, that we are continuing to ease the cost of carbon for our residents through our Te Atakura policies. And of course, this is through existing activities. It's not extra spending, and that's how it leads to these savings that Councillor Brown had been talking about in the realm of about $2 million a year.
Deputy Mayor Finn.
Yeah, kia ora. I do support the advice coming back, and I do thank Councillor Pannett for working with her colleague to make sure that we do get that advice back before the annual plan. I do have some nervousness on this, and I just want to make sure that as we go through, the advice comes back on Te Atakura, and that it will be for future projects, not for past projects. And also just really understanding more about the ETS costs. And my understanding is that it has been an average of over 2 million in the past years, and it will be good to really see that forecast amount as we go forward, because that has a play on this. But also with waste, how do we explain that cost addition to polluters, because we've always had a polluting policy, polluter pays policy regarding our waste, but it's very ambiguous as to what you are paying for. So these are some of the finer details that I'd like to see before we sign this off. But I do thank Councillor Brown and Rogers for bringing it and doing the work on it. Thank you.
Councillor Pannett.
It is a process and procedural thing. I'm not sure it's still quite worded right. Shouldn't it be agree to recommend to council the committee's in support principle? This is not council, obviously.
My advice would be that it's fine, because the committee can require officers to go and undertake the work. This isn't a sale, so.
Committee, we can change that word to the committee with the leave of the meeting. Yep. I just want to briefly thank the councillors for their work on this amendment. And actually, I don't know if we are quite, and because I think the point is we're not creating new work related to Te Atakura. So it's not necessarily about past, but it is about funding current work. And I think that is important. And I think, in my initial conversations with Councillor Brown, and I guess this comes to Councillor Pannett's point too about why not the Disaster Resilience Fund. And my view is that it's actually quite important that it be related to Te Atakura, because this is the function of the carbon credits. And I also feel to assure the community that we are directing this fund for work that we are already doing or about to be starting, that was already determined to occur, but we are funding it through this mechanism. I think that's quite central to the point of the amendment. So there is a discipline there. We're not saying let's sell these carbon credits and do a bunch more things. And so there is a discipline there, and which I think is quite important, especially given the conversation we have just had about our LTP and about rates, etc. So these savings can be passed on to ratepayers in the form of smaller rates increases or, reduced debt. So yeah, I think that's important. Is there any further debate? Otherwise we'll go to Councillor Brown for right of reply. Sorry, I should. Brown, finger point.
Thank you for all the constructive advice. No. I think we have progressed in the right direction, albeit a bit slower than I would have liked to have gone. But what is it? There's something about being cautious at times. So anyhow, this is better than what we started with, and it's certainly better than continuing with the policy that we have at present. So I hope you can support it.
We'll go to the vote, councillors. Yes, just the amendment. That is carried. Is there any further debate on the substantive? I do not see any, so we will go to the vote on the substantive. That is carried. All right, we will now do item 2.6, decision register updates and upcoming reports. Anything?
I'll take the paper as read.
Are there any questions of Andrea? There appear to be none. I will move the paper. Councillor Panovich will second. Is there any debate? There appears to be none. We'll go to the vote. I think that is carried. I think we will keep moving, even though we probably will not complete, well, I don't know, we might not complete the next item before we break for lunch. So we're on to public excluded. So we just did that. It's so nice when you're not cheering, isn't it? You can sort of just relax a little bit. Right, so I will move, and Councillor Panovich will second that we move into public excluded. Is there any debate on that? There appears to be none. We will vote. Councillor Young? Okay, that is carried. We will take a minute to change the signs.
Nākau te tinana te wairua, e te ara takatū, koia rā e rongo, whakairia aki ki runga. Kia wātia, aira, ko wātia. Thanks.